Hello. Hello. If you hear me, I don't know if the sound is really well because my headphones don't have a super cool sound in the mic. You know. Let me know if the mic is like weird. If there are some weird noises, uh, because that I'll just mute it. No, I see you. How are you? Hello. No. Okay. Um. Okay. You can hear me. It's like I can make it a little bit louder. Um. Just let me know if it's sufferable or not, because usually, like when I was home, I stream with different headphones that had a slightly better sound. These ones are like phone headphones, uh, and they're kind of tricky, so the sound isn't the best. Well, at least from my side, I can see that the mic should go on. Ah, okay. So okay, I will make it a bit louder. Ah, okay. Okay. Now I put like the highest volume possible. So it should be a little bit better now. Again, I mean it's phone headphones probably. That's the reason why it sounds so bad. Um, because with regular headphones with mic, it was better. But okay, like not like I'm having a podcast or something. Okay. So how are you? How are you been today? I should have probably drew Leo and Narvin today, since there are Gallifrey fans in the chat. Uh, I miss them so much. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. I hope you'll get well really fast. Hope it isn't like hard COVID. Uh, I don't know. A pro tip is always drawing Narvin. Um, like when I was more into Gallifrey fandom, uh, which I'm a bit less so now. I drew now and wherever I got bored. Thank you. I love Hades and Persephone too. So I kind of when I was in Gallifrey fandom, I kind of drew Narvin for the most part to just to lose my hand and to practice something because um, he's a character I'm pretty comfortable drawing. In Hadestown fandom, I usually draw Hades. I don't know. Um, but kind of, I don't know. I'm still a bit upset because of Time War 4. It's been years. Like I don't know how long has it been since Time War 4 dropped? Like a year or so. But I'm still upset about it. So I'm like, friendship ended with Gallifrey now. Now Hadestown is my best friend. But I hope that Gallifrey War Room will be better, and it will, give me some positive emotions about the series. Uh, oh, fever is really nasty. Yeah. But I hope it will go away soon. Get your rest. The power of Meow Meow characters. Yeah. I don't know. Hades is so pleasant to draw, in addition to all of that, because he's so round shaped. I don't know. At least the way I drew him, he's very round. Like when I draw Navin regularly, it's like he's very, you know, very, I don't know, very square. I don't know, silly guy. But I don't know. I just love drawing young Hades. Yeah, he's a big guy. Plus, young Hades is lad. I don't know. He just looks cute with curly hair and stuff. Square penguin. Mm. I still love drawing Narvin though. He's he's cute. I hope Gallifrey Worm will give me some, cool scenes to draw and stuff. Because I have a couple of cool ideas, like of how Gallifrey War Room could go, but from the other hand, I'm certain it won't be that way, and I hope I will be surprised in a pleasant way, not in Time War 4 way. Uh, I don't know. Actually, Hades being around is like it's both cute and a big problem in my opinion. Like for my art, like he shouldn't be so round. He shouldn't be so cute. But well, yeah. Sophie worked on it, and that's by far my only hope that this series will be okay. Like because Sophie worked on it, I trust Sophie so much. Because I'm like, well, the other team proved that they can't write Gallifrey pretty well. Like not even in a way that they can't write Gallifrey. Like I think some episodes of the Time War series they were okay and they had interesting concepts. But in terms of writing box sets, like they need a person who will be like, no, guys, we have no time for that. We need to, make the plot evolve and make character relationship evolve. So we need to replan it somehow. But apparently they don't have this person. So Sophie is like my only hope that this new series will be okay and character, and hopefully we'll have some good moments between Lily and Narvin. Yeah, like Hades is friendship, and that's the problem. That's how he gets people into Hades Town. Yeah, I know that Sophie is a huge Gallifrey fan. I love her a lot, and I love her. I love they are sorry, they are a lot. Uh, so well, hopefully something good will happen with Gallifrey Ballroom. I'm kind of not all too sold on the concept, like um because it's like I think my problem with the latest Gallifrey series was that they so desperately want to separate the characters from each other. When I think the series works so much better when the characters are together. Like even comparing with the first series, like which are the weakest series uh, in series 1 till 6. Like it's fifth. Like you ask literally anybody, and they will tell. Well, series 5 wasn't that good. Like it was okay, but it wasn't spectacular. Why? And I think for the most part, it's because the characters were separated for the most part of the series. And like Time War, it's just it just keeps the characters separated for most of the time, which is hilarious. Like, why would you do that? But like, okay, I understand for drama and stuff, and I kind of enjoy the idea of separating Gallifrey characters for drama and for a bit of angst and stuff. But but they really made almost 3 series where the characters are separated. They made almost 4 series, to be honest. Like you can count the amount of episodes where the characters are together. Like you have one episode where all the 4 characters are together, like through all of Time War series. Look, I still have like post traumatic syndrome after listening to Time War 4. I don't know. It really killed the fandom. I can't explain it. Like Gallifrey fandom is a very loyal fandom. Like it's small, but it's very like I don't know. It's very loyal in a way. Mm, because a lot of people who started Gallifrey, like listening to Gallifrey in oh my god, like 2014, maybe earlier, they were still in fandom when I was in fandom, and like they were actively participating in it. So it's like a lot of old fans there. Um, but Time War 4 is like it's a bad series. Like I can't say that it's bad because of like it's written. It's not well written, or like the writers are like stupid or something. But it's badly written in a way that like it wastes time on something unnecessary when there is no time to waste, like literally. And I think for the most part, people hate it so much because it was the last box set of the series. So instead of like finishing all the storylines that they had planned, they kind of did nothing and spent most of the series on secondary characters, which would be okay if we knew those secondary characters pretty well and we were interested in them. But like, no, I don't know. It's weird. Series 5 isn't that bad. I think it's good. I think genuinely that um, the first 6 series of Gallifrey, they are really good content. It's just that I think Series 5, nobody really remembers it like a separate series. Gallifrey is a very well done show. Like if you like series 4, you're probably gonna like series 5. But like, it would be like, it's kind of like a filler between series 4 and series 6. Series 6 is cool though. Like, if series 6 would be the end of the series, it would be like a really really good end. Like, it's how it's actually what, in comparison to Time War 4, it's how you end the series without actually ending the series. Like, you finished the plot arcs, the character arcs, and like, the show can go on from that point, or it can remain like closed because most of the conflicts are resolved. Um, so like, Series 6 is amazing. Series 5 is also good, but for the most part, the characters are separated for the most of the series. Although there are some really fun Navin and Roman interactions. Like with there is an episode where they run some kind of science fair or something, just to find a device that can help them time travel, in universe travel, I guess. I don't remember. And they just look through all the weird devices that those alternative Gallifreyans make, and they're like, "That's shit. That doesn't work. Like, that's pretty useless." And that's really funny. I don't know. It has some good Nav and Roman interactions. Um, it has drama between Leo and Romano, obviously. It has a kind of nice Nav and Leo moment at some point. But like, overall, I don't think it is a series anyone particularly remembers. Like, I think everybody remembers that it was okay, and that's all. But Series 6 is amazing. Like, Extermination is an amazing episode. It has a lot of amazing Leela and Narvin moments. It has great moments between Narvin and Romana. Like, Series 6 finishes Narvin character arc and establishes all three of them as friends. It's cool. Like, it's a good series. What happened afterwards? Like, I don't know. Though I can't say that the Gallifreys that followed, they were like very very bad. Intervention Earth was a weird thing, like, without details. It was kind of weird that they kind of had to cancel the timeline or something. I don't know. Enemy Alliance was pretty good. Like, it had some out of character moments for Leo, in my opinion. But for the most part, it's a good series in terms of Leo and Romana interactions. Time War 1 was kind of like, I don't know. I also want to call it a filler, because it's like, it just establishes context for whatever happens next. But it has like a really good episode between Brax and Ace, so that's something. It's a really good episode. I think it's one of the best written in Time War series. I don't know. Time War 2 was okay. Time War 3 was also okay. It had like one episode I liked. Um, but again, it suffers from the waste of time. Like Time War 3 and Time War 4, it's like, I don't know. They just wasted time for nobody knows what. Uh, which is, I don't know, just sad. Because I think like they could have done a better job. And if they wanted to develop secondary characters, they could have done it. But they just didn't. So I'm a little bit concerned now. Like Time War 4 gave me trust issues about Gallifrey series, even though I love it so much. Because I'm like, whatever good thing there is in Gallifrey series, they would just, I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do with it. It's just kind of waste the potential and stuff. My personal thing is also that they kind of forgot about Lily and Arvin's relationship. Like, I'm not saying like shippers relationship, uh, because like in canon, I mostly see them as friends, and I think it's better when they are friends in canon. I'm really against Big Finish making any relationship in Gallifrey canon. Uh, I just don't want it. Like I can I can hand canon whatever I want, but I want to see like a bromance in the series for the most part. I just want the characters to care about each other. Um, but they kind of have they barely have any interactions in Time War series, and like it's sad for me because I think their dialogues in like previous series they were one of the funnest and most well written dialogues. Like I don't know, that they are besties. Let them have some time together. So, like in terms of them being not super sure, um, yeah, I think what I like about Gallifrey that it works really well as a platonic relationship. But if you want to make them a romantic relationship with fan fiction, whatever, you are free to do so. But I don't want that in canon, like for more than a gag or something. I think it works well when they're friends. I think it works even better when they're friends. Like that they care so much about each other. Um, about the Time War series, I do think they didn't know what to do with that, and also I think that they were tired of it. Because I think when they released Time War, they didn't know that they will have this series, or maybe they knew, but like they planned 4 series. Like after Time War 1, they kind of announced 3 more Time Wars. Uh, but they kind of it feels like they didn't have a storyline to work with. If you get what I mean, is they just like if it feels like they invented it like from the spot. They're like, oh, what are we gonna do? We got rid of like this character. Oh, how do we make them come back? Okay, this, but then we separate them again, and I don't know. It's just ridiculous in a way because I think what I don't like, even though I'm a fan of cheap dramatic plots and stuff, um, like okay, not cheap dramatic plots, but like good tropes. I think Hades style works really well for me because it has this moment where Hades realizes that he that he was wrong all along, and he was chasing a wrong uh, wrong idea when everything he needed was right there. It's my favorite trope, and they try to use kind of classic tropes to make the series more dramatic or something, but they are kind of wasted. Like it's super wasted in many ways. Like you know, like they get rid of a main character in series 3, and they want you to believe that the character has died, and you're like, am I a 4-year-old? Like, do you think I will believe that before the final box set you would get rid of the main character? Like, babe, it's like a cheap trick. I don't know on whom it's supposed to work. It's like on kids in kindergarten. Like, I don't know. And it's again like it's very predictable in a way, in the worst of ways. Yeah, I think they came up with things as they went on. I think the difference between the first Gallifrey series, I mean between series 1 and 6, um, it's there was a different um, director. I think Gary Russell directed all of them, and I think this is why, like, maybe he's better in directing than Scott Hancock. Like, um, maybe because I don't think that Gallifrey is like a flawless series, but it was well planned. Like, even if they didn't know that they will have like series 4 after series 3, because if you know there were like a couple of years when the series didn't come out, so they thought that the series will end on series 3, so it ended with that cliffhanger. Um, but like they wrote a really good series 4 that was very different from other series. They then wrote series 5 and series 6, and all of them look like they were planned. Time War series, they don't look like they were planned. They look like they were changing like the team, uh, and they didn't know like what happened, and they were like, "Oh, um, well, let's forget about that." Like, okay, I think there could be so many good ideas for the Gallifrey Time War. Um, Many different plots, but some of the plots in Time War series were interesting. But again, like in Time War 4, I'm sorry, this is like a Time War 4 went, but like I'm like an old person. You remind me of Time War 4, or I remind myself of Time War 4, and I'm just like I can't stop talking about it. Um, in Time War 4, there is a really good episode and concept where Narvin kind of visits a Patraxi planet. And I don't know, we have some moments of him remembering his like days of his youth or something, and talking about Romana. And it's the best episode of the Time War 4 series. It's really good, but like again, for some reason they make Narvin share this episode with a secondary character instead of Leela, for example, which is like weird. Like it could have been such a good episode with just Narvin and Leela. Um, there could be some drama, some I don't know staff discussion because these characters haven't seen each other for a really long while. But they kind of decided that it will be a good episode to spend with the secondary character, and I'm like, okay, uh, all right. It could have been so much more powerful, to be honest, but you are the boss here and stuff. I'm not a writer to be right about everything. Series 4 is a great series, and I think it's a favorite for a lot of people. Series 4 is absolutely one of my favorites. It's so fun. It's just like traveling to alternative realities. In every of which Narvin is dead because he's an asshole. Like, I don't know. It's just funny because like they appear in every universe, and every universe is like Narvin is dead because he was so much of a bastard. Somebody killed him. Apart from the last one, where he was just the bastard supreme, and like nobody could kill him. But it was a good series after all. Yeah, like the original Gallifrey kind of sucks, but like every alternative Gallifrey is like even worse. They're just traveling the universe, being like, "Oh my god, is that the good timeline? We're living in a good timeline. What the hell?" I don't know. Every Gallifrey is a mess. There are Time Lords living there. They are like the part of the problem. They're like shitty, but in different way, right? I'm sorry for talking about Gallifrey so much. I'm just. I don't know. I just love the line in Time War. Sorry, not in Time War. In CBS 4, where Mother tries to do good things, but like everything goes to shit her. Like she's like, but I wanted to help. Why am I distracting everything? Like I destroyed my own Gallifrey. I destroyed these Gallifreys and stuff like that. I mean, Romana's efforts in presidency are like so funny in a way because I don't remember where I saw people being like Romana should have remained president in Series 3, and I'm like, my brother in Christ, have you heard the Series 3? Because like Romana is her character arc is that she's kind of slowly going insane from Series 4 to Series 3. Like she kind of becomes the Imperatrix in a way, but she's like the best option in Gallifrey because everybody else, they just bastards. Like I don't know. Naryn just realizes at some point that Romani is like the only normal person here, apart from Leo. Like in terms of normal Time Lords, he's just like all of them are insane. Like the only person. You're like the only person who who is insane, but like in a different, more understandable way. You are in this. You are insane, but not corrupted. Like, right? Yeah, I think I really love Series 4 because it really shows how Narvin starts to care about Romana more. And Series 3, by the way, when Romana is ill after all that Pandora affair, and he's like, "Hey, what are you doing? Like, stop annoying her. She's literally sick. Like, have some decency. Like, she's suffering." It's so cute. I love Navin so much. He's so caring, actually. He's trying not to be, but he's very caring. Like, once he becomes a more decent person. I actually, the only thing I like about Time War 4, like, okay, well, one of the few things I like about Time War 4, um, is how attentive Naren is to most people. He just has good vibes as a person. It's hilarious. He's just like goes to some kind of planet on a mission, finds somebody like not in a good situation, and he just like starts to radiate dead vibes, and like we need to help them, like, and stuff. I don't know. I really like that his characterization in the end led him into being more attentive and compassionate towards people. Oh, actually, the fact that Narvin is so caring is one of the reasons I really dislike um, most of Big Finish spin-offs that use Narvin, like not pre-canon Narvin, like in uh, then what was uh, the box set with Seven's Doctor and Narvin. Uh, God, I forgot. Oh, no. Erasure is actually an amazing episode. I think it's like one of the best Narvin episodes that was there, and it isn't even Gallifrey. But it was written by Gary Russell. Yeah, Quantum Possibility Engine. Quantum Possibility Engine is kind of funny. Uh, but it's funny because, like, it's pre-canon Narvin and he's a bastard. He was just such a bad guy. He was like next time it won't be a physical assault, it will be murder and something like that. I don't know, it's just funny to imagine. But it was a fun episode. I'm more about those Time War series that use Narvin, and in particular, one thing that kind of bugged me was the War Master. I think like with uh, there is like a War Master episode where he's with the Unbound Master. It was kind of weird because in this series, Narvin had mm, like a minion, like some dude that was kind of his right hand man or something. And I don't know, he was constantly horrible to him, which is weird because at this point he shouldn't be behaving like that. It's already post Series 6, and we see him characterized differently in Series 6 in Time War series, where he's genuinely good and compassionate towards people who work for him, and also people who are just regular folks, like not his political opponents and stuff. Uh, so it's weird to see him being so horrible to that opinion. Who turns out a traitor or something, but still it was kind of weird and out of character, and him having like some kind of temper tantrums or something. I don't know. It's kind of you just listen and you're like, yeah, it's fun, but like it isn't Narvin. It isn't how you wrote Narvin before. So um, yeah, it's I think it's weird because sometimes they just like maybe it's because different people write different materials and they just are not aware what happened in the previous series or something. And I think with Ace and Seven, there are more content to keep track of, so it's more understandable. But like with Gallifrey, it's not so much content. To be fair, like for the most part, it's like maybe not making Narvin a dick or something. Like he's not a perfect person or anything, obviously, but I think that Time War series characterizes him like as pretty gentle person. I don't know why. Like he is actually like very caring towards his friends and stuff like that. So he may be not the worst person, but and like not the best person, but he isn't a monster for some reason. Like I don't know, the monster they paint him to be. So I think it's kind of inconsistent in a way, which is actually really funny for me because I think that the War Master and Time War series have one director. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think they have one director. So like they could have kept track. Like the director should know what happened previously, what will happen next. So like I don't know, it shouldn't be such a dick. I kind of like the idea of him being kind of um, stabilized by the presence of Romana and Leela, and they make him behave like a better person, like less Gallifrey or something. Um, but it's weird. But it's weird when it's so out of character. Again, I'm sorry to all non-Gallifrey fans out there. I just don't know what to talk about Hadestown. If you have any suggestions about Hadestown, be glad to talk about it. I love it a lot. Yeah, that's actually what happens. I think they just catch him doing bad things and they just like stop it. Though I mean, like Narvin is mostly uh, a voice of common sense for Romana in those lost series. He's like let's assassinate Razor, and he's like maybe not. Like maybe it's not a good idea. Have you thought about it for longer than like 5 minutes? uh, oh my god, you gotta find the entire musical. My dude, I gonna link it to you. I can actually link it to you. Uh, you can find it on YouTube. I need to remember it for later. It's a great musical. Uh, I don't know. It's hard to say what I like about. Uh, yeah, it's in YouTube. There are actually multiple versions on YouTube. Uh, I can even find the links uh, for better quality, like because in YouTube it kind of has low quality. I can find the same recording, but like with better. Just the slide tutorials, they're kind of called like something. The story about Orpheus and Eurydice, but it's jazz or something like that. Um, what I like most about Hadestown, I don't know. It's everything. I don't know. Hadestown is like one of those musicals who um a musical that sold me like with visuals for the first time, and then it's like it's all it was sold to me by everything, like the characters. Uh, I think it's the best to start with Broadway previews version. Um, it's a really good one. There are things that I don't like in the Broadway version. It's like Chant 2, the fact that it doesn't have Persephone verse. But in that preview, there is that verse that I really like. And in general, it's like it's well filmed. It's in HD, so like Broadway previews are really good. I think for the most part in Hadestown, I don't know. It just feels like an emotional roller coaster, in a way. Um, it just makes you feel emotions, and like for me, it was really easy to watch. Uh, like I'm telling this because I have trouble watching things. I'm I don't know. It's just hard for me to watch something that is 2 hours long. I don't know. It's why I have trouble watching musicals. I just watch 1 hour, then I take a break for like half year and never watch the second half again. Um, I think like I think it's good to start with bootleg, actually, and I think in Hadestown it's the best way. Because the album is amazing. Like both albums, 3 albums, like concept album, the New York Theater Workshop album, and Broadway album. They are amazing. But I think it's cooler to see like the characters. Uh, it's cool to actually see the characters because I think with Hades and Persephone characters, the way they act the scenes really add to how you perceive them. Uh, because many things that you see on stage between them, they're really subtle, and they don't even talk. Like there is a big sequence in the first act where they just like sit on the balcony, and they just play dominoes uh, before Persephone should go um, above to bring spring. And like this is a silent scene, but it just speaks a lot, speaks so much about their relationship. And obviously, when you're listening to to the album of the production, which is a good album, it's like it's full. I just love the integral versions of musicals, with all the dialogues, with all the scenes. Uh, and it's like it's a full album, but still, like you cannot experience what you see on stage. Them actually interacting. Um, yeah, and the staging is amazing. um, I think it's really good. I started with the album, but I can't say that the album bought me like straight away. Um, like I will tell you my story of how I got into Hadestown and how I'm in Hadestown like for like 2 years already. Like for the most part, I just started seeing Hadestown fan arts in my timeline, and I was like, I really like the aesthetic um, because for the most part, these banners they used that limited show palettes with like a lot of dark colors and with bright accent of red. Um, so I was kind of interested because at some point I saw a lot of fan art, a lot of really nicely looking fan art, and I was like, wait, it's like Orpheus and Eurydice, and like I liked Hades and Persephone story. Like I found it interesting. So I was like, okay, you got me interested. Uh, and I started to check if there were videos, and I found the Tony performance as well as uh, a couple of uh, a couple of videos where they sing way down Hades down. And I can't say these two like bought me straight away. I really liked Wait for It. Wait for it, wait. We are not talking about Hamilton. Wait for me. I mean, wait for me. Um, and one song that actually sold me the musical, I think it was Why We Built the Wall. I really enjoyed it. And it was like, that serious bit where they're sitting in the studio. Uh, very, very good. Like, I really enjoyed the wall song. Like because it's so creepy and so repetitive, and it has this raw rhythm. I don't know. It just blew me. Um, and so like I started listening to the album, and I think for the most part I got hooked on Orpheus and Eurydice songs, which is hilarious. In the context of me being huge Hades and Persephone stunny, but um, yeah, it was like that. So then I was like, uh, I started to re-listening the album and finding more and more songs that I liked. I remember really liking Wait for Me Reprise and Doubt Comes In. Um, and at this point, I was like, I need to watch it. Like, I really like it. I really like the album. I need to watch it. And I watched the bootleg. And while I was watching it, I cried 2 times. Like it's not serious. I finished like seriously. I finished the bootleg, and I was like, how people who see it live like feel after the performance, because I was absolutely I don't know, taken and put into the meat grinder and then collected again. Emotionally, like it's like a roller coaster, and like you get upset, then you feel so healed, then you get upset again, and then it heals you again. I don't know. It's just such a great musical. Oh, thanks. Thanks about fanners and Tumblr. I just can't stop. When I like something, I start drawing fanners like an insane amount. It's like probably my way of coping with this fixation and with obsession with certain things. Like if I drew like 100 fanners, it means that it's really a good thing, and it's like lives in my mind rent free. Um, Watch it. Like I'm sure you won't regret it. You won't regret watching Hadesphone. Favorite Sweeney Todd and Jekyll and Hyde. Uh, I really like Jekyll and Hyde. I watched it like 4 times because in my local town, in my local city, there is the Jekyll and Hyde production. Oh my god! I actually did Doctor Who. I was a huge Doctor Who fan back in the days. Also, thank you. I think I drew Seventh Doctor at some point, but it was like I was a Doctor Who fan in 2012, in 2000 till I think 2014 and 14 or something. Like that was the time when I was a hardcore uh, Doctor Who fan. That I kind of got into Gallifrey more. Like I kind of forgot about the main Doctor Who. I got into Gallifrey and started being interested in the Gallifrey series. Um, oh yeah, it's kind of the latest Doctor Who was Seven in Narvin based on quantum oh I kind of forgot it, quantum possibility engine. I actually like Seventh Doctor episodes. They seem really, I don't know, modern. Like they have the vibes of, I don't know, the series that were in 2010 in a way, like in terms of being weird and creepy. Um, so I kind of drew a bunch of Gallifrey fan arts, but it was long ago. I think I think Doctor Who fan art was um, one of the first things that I drew like in style, because before I was drawing mostly, portraits from photo. I think I was kind of obsessed with the 10th Doctor and then with the 11th Doctor, so I had a lot of drawings of them. I had some drawings of classical doctors. I also had Peter Capaldi Doctor Who fan art because I loved him a lot. But I think I kind of stopped watching on series. Like what's what's the series? Uh, is it series 13 now or something? Because I I stopped watching about in the end of the series with Jodie Whittaker, where they brought Sasha Master. Like, I think I haven't watched this series till the end, though I enjoyed the Master. I was like, I don't know. I don't know. I just lost interest. It kind of it isn't connected to anything. I think it's mostly connected to me not liking the stories. For me, they weren't that engaging anymore. But like, I had the same problem with, I think, the last episodes of 12th Doctor. But maybe I was just getting tired of Doctor Who and stuff. I haven't watched, folks. Um, I heard many things about it, but I'm not that interested to watch it yet. Like, sometimes I get the moments of nostalgia about Doctor Who, and I'm like, oh, I kind of want to feel uh, like the high of being a Doctor Who fan again, but at the same time, I understand that it kind of doesn't bring me joy, which is sad. Like, I really like the show. Maybe the next Doctor, like maybe Russell T Davies comes back, and I will like scenarios better, and the stories will be more engaging for me. But so far, like, I'm just not really into the series, and I'm kind of sad because I like Jodie Whittaker's Doctor, and to be fair, the new Master, it was like one of the rare occasions when I was actually scared of the Master in the episode, which is pretty cool. Like, Doctor Who rarely scares me. I'm kind of sad for like Johnny's episodes, and in general, with Jodie's era, because they they did such a huge work to, like, go back from Stephen Moffat. They just like try to make it like it didn't exist, which I think wasn't a super good idea. Like, well, plus I think that the character work in the episodes that I watched was kind of, I don't know, not engaging, not engaging. Like, it could have been so much better. Actually, there is. God, I gonna be cancelled by Doctor Who fandom and by my Doctor Who followers. But there is kind of a really good video about Jodie Whittaker's era, and like the analysis about, in terms of character work, in terms of scenario. It's like a 4 or 6 hour video on YouTube, and it's very good. Like, if you have 6 hours to watch it, I just was watching it like a background noise. It's really good. People hate it because they don't care to watch it. They just judge it by the cover and assume whatever the person is saying there. But it's a decent video about like why sometimes it doesn't work, why the characters don't work in that particular series. And it has comparison with Big Finish and with classic series about how they introduce the characters and develop the characters. So, like, if you have a lot of time or like want something to listen in the background, then yeah, go for it. Sorry, I haven't seen your recording. Um, oh my god, you've seen it twice. It's an interesting video. I'm kind of sad about the person who uploaded it because they got so much hate from people who didn't watch the video and just, read the title. When, like, the video isn't criticizing Jodie as doctor. It's about, the writing. It's about how it kind of fails in writing. It isn't about Jodie being a female doctor and like it being bad or something. So it's a good video if you're interested in watching something Doctor Who related. Um, yeah, I also usually put them in the background as I watch. Like, some kind. I'm usually listening to some kind of trash while I'm drawing. Like, I don't know, uh, Harry Potter on PS1 Let's Play or something like that, or some discourse about Doctor Who. I don't know. No, I think it's wrong to criticize people who enjoy Judy Whittaker's era. Like, the guys are having fun. Like, let them enjoy it. If they like the plot twist, it's great. But like for me, it wasn't that enjoyable. Uh, like, I wished I could enjoy that, but I see some moments and I'm like, oh well, I don't like how the character behaves and something like. I'm a simple person. For me, it's mostly I vibe with the character or I don't vibe with the character, and I think for the most part, the only character I vibe with was Graham. He was fun at least. Maybe I just love old people. I don't know. It was fun. I wished Ryan's grandma wouldn't die and stayed on because she seemed like a fun lady. But okay. I think the biggest issue with the Doctor Who series is that, in terms of fans criticizing it, is that they constantly, blame someone who isn't the reason why the show is bad. Like, the show sometimes fails not because Jodie Whittaker is a woman playing the Doctor, but because some of the episodes are not that well written, etc., etc. Et, cetera, et, cetera. Like, it's like, people making kind of uh, wrong decisions about Doctor Who. But like at the same time, I have many friends who really enjoyed the era and enjoyed the writing. So like I'm happy for them. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I actually, I think Series 8. I was really excited for Peter Capaldi Doctor when it came out. I think I even watched some of the shows before I watched his Doctor. Like it was a series that I was actually waiting to come out, like in real time. It was one of those series that I watched at some streaming service just as it was streamed in the UK. I was so interested, but I don't know. I kind of I admit that I didn't like Series 8, um, because Clara was weird. Because she had an absolutely different characterization from Series 7. Like Series 7, Clara is weirdly different, right? Um, and the relationship between Clara and Doctor, like Doctor was an asshole in many ways. I think the Christmas episode, like the one about Santa and stuff, and about sleep crabs, uh, kind of changed it for me because it lets me see 12th as a very lonely person who's just trying to manage and who's trying to push the companions so he wouldn't feel bad if they leave him. So I kind of enjoyed for him, and but at that point when I was watching Series 8, it was that moment where I kind of was very salty about about Doctor Who, and then Series 8 came out, and I really enjoyed Series 8. I was really engaged. I really enjoyed, this whole arc of 12, just riding around like headless chicken, being like, "Oh no, please don't take my companion away. I'm so attached to them. Please, I just like literally collapse here if something happens to Clara." Like I kind of like him because it was such a contrast between Series 8 Doctor, who was kind of an ass, and Series 9 Doctor, who finally like allowed himself to show concern about his companion in this body. Um, I'm sorry about. I'm sorry I talk a lot. Uh, so yeah, but in Series 10, again, like I kind of fell out. I like Bill, but there was something lacking for me there. I don't know. I think like after I watched Series 9, I kind of looked at Series 8 differently, and I kind of saw like um, the things that will make Series 9 Doctor, Series 8. I don't know. there are some episodes that I really like at Series 8, like The Caretaker. I don't know, it just it's bad, but it's so funny. And it was prime Peter Capaldi look, I think, in my opinion. Like that orange coat was great. Hedgehog Doctor. I kinda wanna rewatch 12 Doctor arc because I think I've not fully enjoyed series 10, and I think I might like it more now. I really like the the whole Cyberman thing. Oh no. Uh God, I thought it froze. I really like the Cyberman arc. I was really sad for her. Bill's ending was super brutal. Mommy and the Orient Express is pretty good. And about disliking an era, like I sometimes, uh, I'm sometimes really embarrassed to talk how I kind of like Stephen Moffat's episodes because mostly people on Tumblr, they just start being like, "Whoa, Stephen Moffat is so horrible, and his episodes are so horrible," and I'm like, "Well, but like." They're not flawless, and there are bad things in them, but like I don't know, maybe because they associated with childhood for me. I'm like pretty attached to them, though I think Stephen Moffat has a lot of writing issues. Like he's a much better writer when he writes single episodes or like two episodes, like an arc, when he doesn't need to pull off this huge arc. Because like remember which episodes in the new series are the most rememberable in like if you usually ask uh, a Doctor Who fan which episode to recommend to someone who didn't watch the series but want to start, most people would say it Don't Blink because it's like it's separate. It has a really scary concept. It's a good episodes. Like many episodes that Moffat wrote for Russell T Davies, they're kind of iconic for for the fandom, and they are well written. But like, uh, so I'm like a little bit hesitant when people are like Moffat is the worst, and stuff like that. Like, dude has problems with arcs. Dude has problems with writing female characters, but like, there's some things he does well. Or I don't know. Do you remember that time where people would be like, Stephen Moffat is a murderer because he kills his character, and I always found it so funny. I don't know. Maybe it's like the Doctor Who fandom in my country or something. Maybe it's some kind of a local thing, but I remember people being like, "Oh my god, Moffat is such a murderer of a writer. He just kills a lot of characters. And it was always so hilarious to me because I think it's obvious that Moffat doesn't want to kill his character. It's the problem that he's struggling with. It's his problem that he's keeping the characters alive. He's just like can't say goodbye to them in a way. Like most of his characters die of old age, like which is funny. Like um yeah. I think there are a lot of like I don't know poor decisions in his series, but overall there are some good concepts that work. I think like uh there are many episodes that I actually enjoyed. Like Heaven Sent is a great episode. Like Heaven Sent was actually one of those episodes that I watched and I was like, well, that's I'm watching some good shit. Like right now I haven't been like so engaged into an episode for a long time. So like he can write and he can write good stuff, but he has, some problems. I think one of those problems is a super high self-esteem. I don't know. Because from watching the interviews of Sherlock. I was a huge Sherlock fan, just for the context. And watching Doctor Who interviews, they just. He kind of wants the show to be so clever, and he goes like into some very weird subplots, so the show would feel clever when it isn't needed. Like instead of going with some surprising but logical decision, he goes like he jumps around it and goes and comes up with a decision that wasn't as logical and like that doesn't fit and stuff like that. And he's like constantly like clever fans will understand. Like it isn't about clever fans; it's about I don't know consistent writing stuff like that. I don't know. I enjoy some of the series. Like I'm not enjoying Tumblr's attitude towards painting something as either bad or either good. Like there are some issues in his writing. Obviously, like with writing female characters, I'm sorry, like that's that's the most obvious thing. But also, were those episodes that bad? No, like for me, they were more interesting and engaging than the ones that Chris Chibnall wrote, for example. Mm. Yeah, I agree. Uh, but I think like Doctor Who isn't like uh an example of bad Moffat work because I think like Sherlock was so much worse in terms of these staying problems that Doctor Who had, uh, but like so much worse. Uh, and I'm saying that as a person who really liked Sherlock and who was into series one and series two and waited for a long time, 4 years or something. Um, I think that maybe Chibnall is really good at drama. Maybe he's not that good in sci-fi. Like I think Broadchurch, it's like it's a drama and detective series. Like I didn't watch it. I just kind of know that it's kind of criminal series or something. Like in general, I think the biggest issue with Chibnall as showrunner was that I think he barely wrote any like memorable episodes um, in like in new Doctor Who like single episodes. Like with Moffat, I understand why they would be like, yeah, we want this to as our showrunner. He wrote like the most memorable episodes. I think maybe Chibnall is better in drama than sci-fi. So like his ideas don't don't work that well. I kind of really like listening to Big Finish after watching Doctor Who. Like Big Finish seems really refreshing. Um, Maybe because like I will tell like all the Big Finish because I think when they got the license for the newest series, it kind of I won't say it became like horrible, worse, like, but I remember that when Big Finish hadn't got the license and they could make less audience per year, I think it was so much easier to find something that was good. Like you were listening the episode and it was like, okay, you're really good. And now you're like listening and you're like, yeah, okay. Okay, weird characterization. Okay, like I think there were more like good content, uh, good at content and like overall amazing content. And now it's like okay content. God, I like actually I really hope that one day I'm gonna see Narvin in this series. It would be so fun. Actually, I just really hope that Sean Carlson will get some kind of cinematic debut, because I'm really sad for the guy. I'm like, uh, I follow his Twitter, and sometimes my heart just breaks and also sometimes I listen to the interviews because sometimes fans ask him for the interviews, and he's a lovely folk who's who usually goes through those. It always makes me sad because he was like, oh yeah, I got the screen role and it was a big role and I was the main character, but then COVID happened and they decided never to release this film. Or he's like, oh, I got a small role and they cut me. So I would love Narvin in the series. It would be so cool. Russell T Davis, I beg of you, uh, bring my boy. Bring my boy into the show. Like maybe if Doctor Who would have Narvin, I would actually watch it. Watch it again. Like I'm a simple person. You give me Narvin, I'm forever in debt. But it would be so weird to watch him actually talk. Because like in the audience you can imagine how the character, you know, moves, talks. And it's so weird to see Sean actually talking in video, like my dude. I think it's a good thing that they try to hire more writers who are young to give them some opportunity, but I kind of think that Doctor Who needs better scripts at at the moment. Like I just want to, have fun watching it. Maybe I'm just actually I'm just a sucker for emotional plots. So like if some plot would get me emotional, I'd probably watch it. I also have mixed feelings about Russell T Davies coming back, but at some point I'm like, I'm ready to give it a try, like to watch him again. At least I know that he did some good stuff before, so there is a hope. Because like with Chris Chibnall, it's like he didn't do so many good episodes, so everyone was like, well, Russell T Davies, at least, for all his flaws, I think that he did decent companion characters who were kind of really, grounded and felt like real people with real families. Um, I don't know if he'll continue that. Maybe he'll decide to do something radically new. So I'm kind of interested to watch Russell T Davies again and watch the new Doctor. I think it would be cool if Doctor Who would do something that Big Finish does, like when they have this writing contest. Like one of my friends actually won one of those contests, and like her episodes was actually made into an audio series, which is cool. Like it both allows new people to participate in the show and see lots of different ideas, lots of fresh ideas. Um, I think, yeah, an iconic Doctor Who episode because for the most part in the last couple of years I can't remember like episode that would be like, you know, super cool. Oh, Turn Left was such a hardcore episode. It was so like rough. I always feel so bad for Donna. I wonder what they do for the anniversary special. I really hope they would bring back, you know, the classic Doctors. Like bring back Paul McGann. For God's sake, like Eighth Doctor fandom doesn't need that much. Just bring back Paul McGann for more than 5 minutes. Like I'm kind of sad because like Doctors, the classic actors, they're kind of old. Like please give them the opportunity to be in the Doctor Who special. Though, like, do you remember when there was 15th 50th anniversary special? And like the best thing that came out this year was Five-ish Doctor reboot. It was like the best, the best special that was there. It's so funny. No, I mean Paul McGann. Like, remember in when it was 50th anniversary, they kind of brought him back, but like for 5 minutes episode, Night of the Doctor or something. Uh, so like it was 5 minute episode, and I was like, come on, it's Paul McGann. He could have got him like in the special, so more people would learn more about him because his his screen time was so weird. The film is so weird, but he has such an arc in the audience. Like, make people interested. Um, I'm I'm sad. Like Paul McGann could do things. Like he's even interested in the screen. Like Christopher Eccleston isn't into that, though. As far as I understood, he finally agreed to do a Big Finish audio. But like Paul McGann is glad to participate. Like please, just invite the dude in. Okay, I think I'm ready with the line for the most part. It's because I talk so much. I draw like not as fast as I usually draw, but like I'm having fun talking about Doctor Who after all these years. It's kind of sad, yeah. With Christopher Eccleston, I can completely understand. It was like, as far as I understood, it was like the shittiest period of his life. and he had some problems with working conditions and stuff, and depression and eating disorder. Like, poor dude. Like, I'm glad he's agreeing to ODS at least. Like, it's cool, but I completely understand that he doesn't want to be in the show. But like Paul McGann, he wants, and I think the classical doctors would love to, like, considering they're doing ODS, like. Thank you. Like, yeah, Paul McGann isn't famous enough. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's better to just bring a new doctor, John Hurt. Though I kind of like John Hurt, Doctor. Not gonna lie, but like it could have been Paul McGann, like, easily. It could have been Paul McGann. Like, why couldn't it be Paul McGann, right? Yeah, I understand, like, his point. It's completely valid. Poor guy, poor guy. Like he does what's best for him. I really like John Hurt, and I kind of listened to the War Doctor series, and I kind of enjoyed it. But like, it could have been Paul McGann easily. Like, it could have just been Ace Doctor arc. Yeah, it would be so tragic. Like, I don't know. It had the potential, but from the other hand, like, we were lucky we didn't see how Moffat wrote another Doctor, because, like, I'm sorry, but the way Moffat writes 10th Doctor, it's like, it isn't really good. And it's hilarious that the way that Moffat writes the 10th Doctor is, like, consistent, because he writes it exactly the same way in uh, uh, damn, uh, I'm becoming a bad Doctor Who fan because I'm forgetting the names of the episodes. The girl, the girl in the fireplace, right? Is it the name of that episode with Madame Pompadour? Like, it's the same characterization. Like, it was bad then. It's even worse uh, in the episode. Yeah, yeah. It would be sad. I would love it. Okay, now 10 minutes after I said I'm done with the sketch. I think I'm done with the sketch. Um, I was just trying to remember the name of the episodes. Actually, like, before, when I was younger, I participated in some kind of, like, Doctor Who quizzes where they were like asking the names of the episodes. Like I should be pro by now, but I'm kind of guessing. Moffat is obsessed with the plotline where Doctor visits like little girls and they grow up obsessed with him. Like, uh, I will take like a couple of minutes of break just to get me a cup of tea. I'll be back. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, now I'm back. It's weird that Moffat like it's a consistent storyline that repeats many times. Like if I got a nickel for every time Moffat wrote like a doctor coming into the life of a little girl and then becoming and then her building her entire personality over him, I would have God, how many nickels would I have? Like at least at least 3, 4, like how many? Okay, now we're gonna color. Oh. So I don't know. It's like the topic that constantly returns in his work. I don't know why. Like when I was watching Doctor Who for the first time, I was like, okay, but like thinking about it after years, it's like it's pretty creepy. Like it's probably his thing. I don't know why. I don't know why he's into that topic. Maybe he would like to be a time traveler. Yeah, yeah. Like I can understand that it's probably the topic that he likes, but he really uses this plot line a lot. Yes, Moffat just uses the same ideas over and over again, I think. Actually, with, Moffat's Sherlock, it's so, like, I understand such a huge contrast about how Moffat writes male leads. Like, I'm socially active sociopath and stuff like that. The things that teens in 2010s were talking about and bragging about. Uh, it's kind of, you know, uh, it's something that I found hilarious because I watched the Elementary series that is also it's like an American adaptation of Sherlock Holmes series, and I remember when it came out, everybody was like, "It's a plagiarism of the BBC Sherlock," when it's actually two separate things. And to be honest, Elementary is a much better show. Like if you need a Sherlock Holmes show in in a modern world, and Sherlock isn't an asshole there, just for a change, in case you want the show where Sherlock isn't an asshole. Um, it just like it's just consistent things about how Moffat writes male characters and how he writes female characters. Like he has like one way of writing strong female character, and that's like sexy woman who's probably his type. I don't know. I don't want to know so much about Stephen Moffat's personal taste. Oh my god, you saw the Soviet Hope series? Wow, I love it so much. It's the series I grew up with, and for me, it's like the best one. I think like Elementary does a better job of showing a person with problems who tries to deal with those problems and who doesn't try to be destructive towards people. Like uh, I I had a stage was when I was really into Sherlock Holmes, and I think with a lot of adaptation, I watched a lot of adaptation. Yeah, мой дорогой Watson. Uh, I watched a lot of adaptations of Sherlock Holmes stories, and what always bothered me in those and in like adaptations such as uh, BBC Sherlock is how heartless they make the character to look, and it's so weird because Conan Doyle Sherlock was never heartless, and for me it's like it's literally I don't understand where they take it from because like yes, Watson for the most part is his voice of conscience and common sense. But like Sherlock isn't a cruel and violent person. He cares about people. Like in most stories he helps people in need who have no money to buy his services, and he must be being a dick to people in with you know big social status like that king in the Iran of the story and stuff like that. I really like the Soviet Shark. I'm kind of biased because it was like being Russian. It was the first Sherlock Holmes adaptation I watched. Uh, but I really enjoy Soviet Holmes even after watching so many ekranizations because you really believe that they are friends there. Like they genuinely care about each other. They're like so gentle and polite. Yeah. Um. Like I really like Watson in those series. Like I obviously love Sherlock, but Watson is like he steals my entire heart because I don't know, he's so cute and so lovable. Um, he's like, yeah, the Moriarty. He's so weird. Like, I was rewatching it lately, and I was like, oh my god, that dude is so weird. Like I didn't remember it being so weird. Actually, like this series actually broke me as a kid. Because I think the first time I watched it, like fully and with interest, was when I was 9, I think. And like uh, I remember there is this 3 episode arc involving Moriarty. Uh, and you know that scene where with the waterfall and with Sherlock dying presumably, and how Watson reads his letter. It's like it's broke me as a kid because I was also a stupid child. I had all the episodes of the Russian Sherlock Holmes downloaded in a folder, and this episode I think it's like the fourth or the fifth in the folder, and there are other episodes after that. But I really believed that Sherlock died because Watson was so depressed. He was so genuinely grieving over that. And like, in the next episode that follows the empty house story, I mean, it's so well staged, like in terms of like Watson being so incurably sad because he lost Sherlock. Like nothing broke me more than that moment in my childhood. Watson in Russian Sherlock is like, I don't know, uh creme brulee ice cream. I don't know. Yes, it's like it's such a good moment. It's like I don't know. This series just uh, made me like showed me some tropes that I loved, many times afterwards. I mean, it's such a good series. I really like Mrs. Hudson there because in most like series we don't get um, to see her as like full character, like as her own person, other than like supporting cast who brings them tea. But here she has her own character, uh, and she's kind of part of the team. And obviously I enjoy Mycroft because like I don't know, in most series I watched, you know he wasn't as involved. But here, they're brothers and he's so clever. And I think Boris Kliyev, who played Mycroft, did an awesome job doing that. Really a remarkable performance considering that the character isn't there for really long. Like, I don't know, like Soviet Holmes Watson, you want to kiss him in the forehead. He's such a lovely guy. Like, I want to be his best friend. uh, yeah, that's a good scene. I think the humor there is also kind of enjoyable. I also like how Mrs. Hudson kind of gets, Sherlock's stupid jokes. Um, like, in The Hound of Baskervilles, where Watson is looking at the cane or something, and Sherlock is like, "Oh yeah," like starts to showing off and stuff like that. And Watson is like, "How could you guess you were looking with your back turned to me, like you couldn't have seen it?" And Mrs. Hudson is like, "He's actually looking in the reflection in the kettle." And I don't know, it's just so funny. They have such an awesome dynamic, like all the characters in this series. This is why, like, from time to time, I start to post on Tumblr, like, some some little moments from the series, like gift posts, because I feel like this version of Sherlock Holmes in the foreign community, it's really overlooked, because I saw post about, like, oh, the equalization gets Sherlock Holmes wrong and he's constantly so mean, and I'm like, you haven't watched this version, it's obvious, like. And also probably the British ground-up version, which was also pretty good, with the one with Jeremy Brett Holmes. Look, Watson really needs some time off with his Sherlock. It's an amazing movie. Uh, there are, I would say that it's one of those things that I think it's like the best. For me, it's the best adaptation of the original. Like, same goes to The Three Musketeers, another book I was obsessed as a child. I think the Russian synchronization, like the Soviet one, that is like a musical. It's also really great. It's kind of sad that I can't share it, because like you can easily find it on YouTube, but it's hard to share it because there are no version of it with English subtitles. But it's kind of fun. Like, it's one of those things that uh, really has the vibes of the original. Like, I think the Musketeer stories, like, you don't need to uh, make the Musketeers movies like one like the book, because at moments the book is kind of boring and there are like a lot of questionable moments, like the whole story arc where D'Artagnan comes to my lady and as the bard and sleeps with her is very like and you don't need to actually involve the scene in the equalization, I think. um and like I think for me, like, that Soviet version, it kind of took what you expected to take from the book for it to be adventurous and funny and, I don't know, musketeery. um wow. That's Odyssey and Dante. Like, I understand that Musketeers kind of got me into love for the plots where the characters, like the friends, are separated, like separated from each other due to their political beliefs or something. Like, I don't know if you read or heard of 20 Years After. Like the Musketeers it's a trilogy. Like, most people read the first book, but not the ones that follow. But like, there is 20 years after, and the whole plot is about, like, uh, D'Artagnan and Porthos have to forcefully be the enemies of Athos and Aramis, because like um, because Athos and Aramis, they want to help to the British king, and D'Artagnan and Porthos, they kind of work with Mazarini, and like it's front and like they on different side. And I understand that this book like completely got me into that trope, because like if the same thing will happen in Gallifrey war room, I will be like, oh my god, it's so cool. because because of that, probably. I think 20 Years After is a cool book, though. um I think in some ways it's even more entertaining for me than the original book. I don't know, I just love those kind of stories. I don't know, it's just very dramatic, like D'Artagnan seeing his friends 20 years after, and the friends seeing D'Artagnan, and they're not the same people as they used to be. I don't know, I remember I was a huge Athos stanny, so although it's funny to actually reread the Musketeers books after you kind of get old. I think the recent adaptation was Gerard Depardieu, like, but like, what French film, like classics, doesn't have Gerard Depardieu? Like, I think he was like in Monte Cristo. I think he might have been in Musketeers. He was certainly in Les Mis. But I don't remember if I don't remember if there was a French film based on 20 Years After. I remember that there is uh like the man in Iron Mask. I think like it's like the third book of the trilogy, Vicomte de Bragelonne, or 30 years after, or wait, 10 years after. Um, where there is, that subplot of Louis XIV having a twin brother and stuff like that. Like, yeah, Monsieur was really, really famous and was in every movie whatsoever. Yeah, the Iron Mask is actually a continuation of the Musketeer series, but like, is the third book. I think there are not so many ekranizations of 20 Years After, which I don't know why. I don't know, maybe people consider it boring, although I kind of always enjoyed it. Maybe I get like, I'm weak, and in this book, Athos has a son boy, like he says that he isn't his son, but he's really his son and stuff like that. You know, I remember I was obsessed with this subplot, and I read a lot of fan fiction about that. Uh, but it's I don't know. Athos wine is storyline is kind of sad. Yeah, I don't think many people know it exists, because I think the first book is like the most famous. I don't think like many people know about like 10 years after, which is like the third book. It's not that popular, and it's really long. I think it's like 3 books. But I'm sorry, I'm like 20 minutes and I'm saying how I love 20 Years After. But I think it's like kind of cool book because it has uh more downs, like my lady's son wanting to avenge his mother. And I kind of feel bad for him because like his life is shit because of the musketeers. Like his mom actually did everything so he would have a normal life, and his like uncle was a total shit about him and like made him, a little boy. He just threw him in the streets and like made him go through hell. Like obvious he would want to avenge to the musketeers who killed his mother and to the uncle who was a dick to him. Like I don't know, it's a funny story. I would love to have a good equalization because like, there is that Soviet movie that is a musical, which I love a lot. And there is the equalization 20 years after with the same cast, but like with much smaller budget. Like it's pretty weird. I wouldn't say it's like bad in particular, but it's not a good adaptation. Like in terms of like uh, it's hard to tell because you haven't watched the movie, but the movie cuts a lot of parts of the book that are not needed for the equalization of the Three Musketeers if you are just, uh, making a movie out of the book because, like, first they are boring, like for a viewer, and it's a lot of additional details that would, make the movie huge. Uh, but in 20 years after, all those details they are needed because most of the plot is just like rotates about them. Like in the Soviet movie based on the Three Musketeers, there is no like Lord Winter, who is uh, my lady's brother-in-law, uh, and who is one of the people who executes Milady with the Musketeers. And the 20 years after, it's kind of built on my lady's son looking for Lord Winter and the Musketeers who executed his mother, and they kind of left this character in that synchronization, but we don't know who the hell he is or why Mordaunt wants to kill him because he wasn't in the movie and he didn't execute my lady because like in the movie only the musketeers killed my lady and all of that. And so like there are many details that were in the book but weren't in the first movie, and they just like the first movie wasn't made with the idea of the continuation of the series in mind, and so there are a lot of plot holes that you can, connect to each other if you read the book, but if you haven't read the book, obviously it's like a nonsense for you. Oh, I saw it. I saw it. Do you mean like the Master and Margarita, like the series from 2000, like the Russian one? Or like another organization? I know that there are not as many movies based on Master and Margarita. At some point, I was kind of obsessed with it. Like first because like I was reading it at school as a part of literature program. Um, but also, yeah, Bartko. You know what's kind of funny about this synchronization is that it came out when I was like a child. I think I was Like, in which year did it come? Like 2004, 2005, I think. Like, I was a child. I was like 4 or 5 years old, I think, when it came out. Maybe 6. I don't remember which year was it. But I remember that, like, all my family watched it. And I watched it with them. And, like, my first memory, one of my first, like, I remember I have a baby memory about this series, and that's the memory where when Berlioz goes under the tramway, like, his head falls off, like that frame where the head is like just rolling there. And it was like my first introduction to the book into the movie. Yeah, it was so creepy. Actually, I don't know, maybe you find it interesting, but um there is actually a musical, Master and, and Margarita, like the Russian one. Actually, it's like, um, я люди как люди, только в квартирных вопросах испортил. Yeah, it's a great scene. Like, I actually really like Wand in the series. And actually, like, in that Russian musical, um, there is, God, I literally forgot all the names of the characters. Gela, right, Gela, the one, like, the vampire woman that comes with Wand's gang. Um, in that musical, one of the actresses who plays Gela is actually Margarita from the board call series. So, like, it's pretty cool, though. They added really unnecessary subplot with kind of Volant being into Margarita that I think was kind of unnecessary. But it's still, like, it's a fun musical. I watched it a couple of times. Like, it's just, I was lucky because it actually was staged in my city, so it's still going. That's not really cool. I don't know why they did that, but also, like, they started to change the musical at some point, and they even, like, uh, they kind of took off Vaughn's motivation or parts of it. I don't know how the series looks at the moment, by the way, because it's been a while since I watched it, and they had some changes. But I think Margarita just an interesting character. I don't think Bond had any, like, romantic feelings towards her. So I'm like, I don't know why. I kind of tried to watch other Master and Margarita adaptations, but I think I didn't get through them. But the musical is pretty good. Like I think it's fun. The music is catchy. Vaughan has both Vaughan and Margarita has some good, like songs, and there are many videos on YouTube actually. Though I think most videos have Anton of Dave was master, who isn't my favorite master. Like I I I I actually caught another actor playing master. It um was another actor, and he was so much better at it. I don't know. So, but you can find a lot of footage from the series, or from the series from the musical. I mean, though it's produced by a very weird company. Like from the one hand, I kind of like Master and Margarita and the musical, but from the other, I'm like, I don't want to give this company my money. So it's been a while since I last saw the musical live. Like I don't know, for the most part with Master and Margarita adaptations, I just like with the foreign adaptations, I kind of don't see them as characters from the book, but maybe because I was traumatized by uh, by that scene of Berlioz getting his head cut as a child. I can't say I'm a huge fan of Russian literature, to be fair. But maybe again, when you have to learn it in school, it's kind of a little bit different because with that you also uh, get the additional substances. For the most part, literature shouldn't work this way, but for the most part, it's like you need to see exactly like that in the source material, and other takes are wrong. So I don't know, but Master and Margarita is like one of the things I really enjoyed at school. Well, it's cool when you're studying something that is interesting to you. I think for the most part, the problem with Russian literature when you're Russian is that in a way you kind of get no choice. You need to read that in that age, and that's not the subject you're interested in. Like I don't know, maybe I'm stupid, but like for the most part, kids who are like 16, 17, they're not really interested in War and Peace, right? Like I think no, like no, like there are different kids with different interests. Like I remember I was super into The Hunchback of Notre Dame since I was like 12, which isn't a child book. Like it isn't for kids at all. Uh, but like sometimes you're just not interested, or you just can't understand the subjects in the book. Like obviously there are some motives that you need explanation for. Uh, I don't think I read those, to be fair, but like I'm not well read. But, like I don't know. I think that for the most part with literature you need to get to the age where you are interested in the motives, like when you are ready to understand them. Because like with War and Peace, I remember we had like those huge discussions with our literature teacher about Natasha Rostova and whether or not she was like behaving really like badly towards Andrei Bolkonsky, in all that. And we like a bunch of kids, we were like, well, she behaved shittily towards him. Like she promised to be his wife, and she kind of like got with Anatole and stuff like that. Like right, and our teacher was like, "You don't understand." She's like, "She's youth. She's naivety. Like all those subjects." And it's like you can't judge her for going with Anatole, and like and the author kind of doesn't want you to judge her. And we were like, well, that's bullshit and stuff like that. But obviously, when you're kind of older and you start to think about it, you're like, well, she owes Andre nothing, actually. And like, yeah, she went with Anatole, but also she's like, she's a really young girl. She doesn't understand what she's feeling, and it's hard for her. And she isn't the bad person you know, for being kind of manipulated by other men. And it just um it kind of like age and life experience kind of gives you um a different perspective to look uh at those things. uh yeah, I remember I really liked Mayakovsky when I was 18. And actually, liking Mayakovsky saved me on state exams because I remember that I was so fascinated by his lyrical character. That's, I kind of fell for his lyrical character and all that. That's at some point, like I was actually passing like literature exam, uh, and I can't say that I was super well prepared. To be fair, um, but I remember like some of some of his poems just like got into my head, and I thought about his lyrical character a lot. And in the end, like of this exam, you have to write a big like essay on this topic that you are given, and in general, you are given three topics. Um, for the most part, it's like ninth grade program, 10th grade program, and like usually it's like 10th grade, 11th grade, and something about poetry. Um, you know, and all the topics of the essays, I understood that I couldn't write them, like because I wasn't so, I didn't know so well. And the last topic I see, I was never like hoping for a topic with poetry because I'm not so good at poetry, and it was like the lyrical character of Mayakovsky, of early work of Mayakovsky, and I was like, yes, I won a jackpot because it was actually a subject I was interested in and I was passionate about writing. And so I wrote actually a really good essay, and I could, got some examples, could get some examples from, uh, poems because I remembered like lines that got me and stuff like that. Uh, I remember what I liked about Mayakovsky is how rough his feelings are, like how open they are, like his that poem that he addresses to Lilia Brick, the famous one, the one that's called Lilichki. Well, it's that's a cool one. Like it's so expressive. It's so like full of emotion, full of suffering. It's like I'm not too into poetry, but there are some like things that really touch me, and it was one of those things. I think another one, like, but it was with Sergei Yesenin. Uh, it was like Black Man. I don't know. I don't know how it is translated. Probably like that, Black Man. Uh, you know, if you read, you read. But it's like it's so dramatic, so full of self hatred. I don't know. He was great artist in like in the art like sense. His his posters are actually kind of impressive. I actually have a big book on my Mayakovsky at home. I haven't read it. It's good. It's like it's not very big. Uh, it's called Черный человек. Uh, but it's literally like the lyrical character like tries to sleep, but each night a black man comes to him and starts to pester him about his life and how he's you know, useless writer and useless good for nothing person. And the ending kind of gets it, like it's like very, very uh I don't know, I just enjoy it. It gets you that cool impression. So I don't know, check it out. I mean, they kind of like, that's the whole movement was also about propaganda in a way. So like, uh, well, there were people of their time in very hard circumstances. God, Hades is so pale. I think you know about block and impressionist more than I do, because I only like, I have a vague memory from school, so I'm really uh, a bit savvy in that. Like I would remember some of the points and stuff. Like, but I think I would understand them better now as like as a grown up than like the kid I was in school. But again, it's like it's just a general issue with literature. I think you understand more the older you get. It's like Saint-Exupéry's Little Prince. Like I remember watching it. We had it for some reason. We had it like in fourth grade. Fourth grade, it's like 10 years old, 11 years old, and I didn't understand what's this story is about, and I thought it was like super kid orientated, and I was like, it's so stupid. But then, like a couple of years after that, I kind of reread it, and I understood what it was all about, and why the story is so dear for so many people. Yeah. Oh well. I know the answer. I think I've been learned part of it by heart. It's cool. Well, yeah, I remember the notes. It's really like it has a rhythm like that, very strong. I actually, what made me look at the Little Prince differently was actually I was, as I said, I was obsessed with the Hunchback of Notre Dame, and there is a French musical based on that, and it's a great musical, by the way. And one of the actors who played Frollo, who obviously knowing my love for problematic mystery man, was the character I was most interested about. he actually played the pilot in another musical, another French musical, composed by the same composers, Hunchback, and he played the pilot. And it was a great musical. I really enjoyed it. It's like it's very um, close and loyal to the book. It's really well staged. Uh, it's very colorful and it's very painful. It's very painful to watch in terms of emotions. I cried, and after that, I actually decided to give the book a second chance, and I reread it, and I was like, oh my god! So it was about that. It was about childhood. Yeah. I really like Fro in the book in terms of like not being a perfect character, but like in terms of being so fucking problematic. Like, oh my god, he's crazy. He's like a crazy dude. But I think like what's what's interesting about him is that like uh, I think the book shows pretty well how his like how religion made uh, religion and prejudice made a much worse person from him because like in book we have some perspective about how he actually saved Quasimodo from the crowd who wanted to burn him alive because he was so ugly, and that his parents died when he was in college and he had to take care of his baby brother who he loves like uh, with his whole heart. uh, like we see him as not a bad person until he becomes freaking obsessed with Esmeralda and like turns her life into hell and turns his life into hell. Like I think it's an interesting book and is an interesting character. And like I'm always so sad for Quasimodo who like poor dude, literally poor dude. Like nobody was good to him. Like nobody, not even Esmeralda, who all the adaptation painters like uh as kind person. She's like okay, it's my problem with Hunchback adaptations because they usually make Esmeralda better than she is actually in the book. Like the book isn't perfect and like it has a lot of prejudice in it anyway, but like Esmeralda in book, like she does kind things, but I don't think she's essentially like kind in the way the adaptation paints her to be. Like I don't think she's fighting for her people. Like in my opinion, like I don't think she is. I think she is just a little 16 years old girl caught in like in really fucked up circumstances. I don't know. It's just I think she's like she helps, but she doesn't really like it. I don't know. It's like I actually I don't think Quasimodo was a priest. He wasn't like I think Frollo. I read book and Frollo actually raised him like in the cathedral and he gave him whatever education he could and he made him a ballerina because Um, like, because what else could he do? And like, it made him happy, but it also made him death. Um, and like, I don't remember if Frollo knew that it was Quasimodo who killed John. But like, yeah, Frollo was a priest. I just didn't understand the message. I was like, Quasimodo was a priest. I was like, well, no. Um, no, I think what's interesting about the character is like he actually did a lot of good things, and like at least we see those things. Like, we learned that he actually gave shelter and education to Gringoire when he was like 16 and in the streets. So we kind of get the glimpses that he's not entirely a bad person. Like, it's his obsession and prejudice and like uh and being like a religious freak, that's what makes him a bad person. Like, poor Esmeralda, to be fair, like she just got caught in really bad circumstances. Yeah, yeah, and Quasimodo was like a Roma child that was uh, left for this like that little orphanage thing where Frollo found him and decided to raise him. But like, from the other hand, like, his motive to raise him wasn't entirely like pure. Like, from the one hand, he saved him from those people trying to burn him alive, but he also saved him only because he thought that it could pay his brother's possible sins. Like, so like, it was a good action, but it also like wasn't purely like morally motivated action, maybe. um Cosimodo deserves so much better. Like, yeah, yeah. Fro is certainly a priest. Like, in the book and in the adaptations, like in Disney, they decided not to go with that line because it was like pretty. Uh, it was pretty dark. Like, to be fair, The Hunchback is a pretty dark movie. I don't think it was like entirely out of duty, but his motive towards saving him maybe was partially because of the goodness of his heart. But like, it also, like, in the end of this chapter, like, it's clearly stated that he also thought that saving Quasimodo uh, would pay off his brother's sins, like possible sins. His brother was like a baby, so maybe partially he was like, he saw another baby and was like, well, but like, it's kind of hard to understand the relationship between Fro and Quasimodo, whether he cared for him like really or not. From the one hand, he gave him a job that made him more or less happy for the most of his life, being with his pals. And he kind of learned him how to. He taught him how to read, and he made a sign language for him. So like, he put effort into that relationship, like whatever you say about him. But also he kind of treated him more like a dog than an actual person. So like one of the chapters with those characters called like the dog and its master, or if I remember correctly. So like it's also not an equal relationship where Quasimodo is treated um like a fully, you know, fully like a person. So like poor Quasimodo anyway. He really deserved better, but like what better could he get in medieval France? I actually like in terms of like adaptation. Like there is a musical based on Disney movie with actually with Patrick Page playing for all. Uh, Patrick Page is the guy who plays Hades in Hadestown. And it's kind of fun because in that version they kind of add Frollo's brother Jean a bit for a bit, and not like in the book. um, and they also made Frollo a priest in that version, and it's actually good. You can find it on YouTube. It's different from the Disney cartoon, but like it's very interesting because hilariously enough, the Frollo from that musical turns out more, crazy and scary than uh, the one in the movie. Like they're both freaks and they're both scary, but like this one on it's just on a different level because first you start watching that musical and you're like, wow, this role is kind of very charming, like very very charming, and he seems to care a bit about Quasimodo, and they have those conversations like uh, the conversations that seem a bit more genuine than in the cartoon. But then, like each time you see him appearing in the musical, you understand. Like each time, you understand how crazy this person is. Like more and more, and like first you find him charming, then you understand there's something wrong with this guy, and like it becomes weird and weird and weird, and he becomes scary and scary and scary and scary, and like uh you just understand that the guy goes crazy like in front of your eyes, um, which is really cool. It's really interesting acting choice. It's different from the movie, but it's very fun. I think though overall, I think the closest version to the book is the French musical. Like it isn't that close to the book, but well, it's there. Like overall, like as much as you can make musical based on Notre Dame de Paris. Mm, Actually, it's also it has really cool Quasimodo moments in, I think, in both musicals, but in Disney they have a cool song that is called "Made of Stone." I don't know, the whole musical sounds really cool. Like it has all the best songs from the cartoon, but also some new songs, and it also has this huge Catholic chorus. So like it's cool. It's amazing. Oh my god. I just didn't know how to call it, so like let it be babies. Like with Clip Studio, you have to name your works. I, for the most part, draw in Procreate, so I can avoid naming my files. So I have like 100 drawings called new file. He's unhinged in a very crazy way. It's like he's just subtly going insane, and I think Patrick Page is really good at it. Again, he's very charming. Like he's that smiling in the first scene where he is with Quasimodo. He's like, "Oh yeah, my boy," all the things, and then he kind of shows you his true nature. Plus, he has some kind of weird relationship uh with George, and he's like very. I don't know. It feels like he has some weird thing with the century, and like I don't know. It's an interesting adaptation. It's uh, it's uh it's fun if you watched Disney cartoon. I, for the most part, draw with Procreate now, just because I'm lazy to connect my tablet. I don't know. It's like I'm so lazy in terms of that. Like, but like Procreate, you just open them. It's and you start sketching straight away. Though I like Clip Studio, I think uh like the selection tools are kind of better in Clip Studio, and Clip Studio is more comfortable if you're doing like a big art, because I have like a simple iPad, um, like 2020, I think, uh, and like there is a limitation in terms of layers how many layers you can use, and sometimes if the wok is big, you don't have enough layers. Mm. I just like lately in terms of tablet, I at some point I finally got myself like the cheapest Cintiq because I wanted it like for years, and now I'm temporarily in another country. I have no monitor, and I have a pretty shitty eyesight. Like, so I decided to buy it so I would have a monitor so I could draw on it, like because like in a notebook, like the screen is super small, and I would have a really hard time looking at it with my mole eye, mole eyes, like. But um, but like connecting it, it's from one hand it's obviously easy, but it's like you need to move the tablet, and I'm like I don't have an actual workplace here. I work under my like on my dining table. So it's like you need to put the Cintiq on the table. You need to connect to HDMI and to the USB-C. You need to connect it uh, to the electricity because otherwise the screen won't work. And it's like it isn't that big, but it takes a lot of space on your table. So like if you want to eat, you need to take back the Cintiq and like start all over again, or like hit with the Cintiq, but like it takes half of your table. Um, so like sometimes it's like just so much easier to just take an iPad and join Procreate. I heard Huons are actually really good. Like I think my sister has like XP Pen, like regular tablet, and I had Wacom Intuos Pro for many years. Like I just didn't take it with me because like I have I have Wacom Intuos Pro, like the large one that I bought like used. I don't know, about 4 or 5 years ago. Um, and it's very comfortable, but it's huge. It's like a huge tablet thing. Like it's a monster. Uh, so you can't take it anywhere with you because it takes all the space you have in any bag. Like there are no bags that could keep it. I think like with the new tablets, it kind of doesn't matter what the tablet you had because uh like it should draw and and it shouldn't like had problems with drivers. It's like the only things that you may want from the tablet, like, right. Like I was drawing on Genius tablets. Like I remember there was time like the only tablets were from Wacom or from Genius, and everyone would hate on Genius tablets, and I drew for them on it like for years, and it was okay. Like Wacom was better. Like after I tried it, like it was more comfortable and had more like pressure sensitivity, and like better pen, like without batteries. But like the other one was also good, to be fair, and like it costed much less. Like I think it just should work for you. Like Hue on XP Pen, they're good deals. I just like when I wanted to buy like a tablet monitor, like graphic monitor, I think it's called. I was looking at Huon and at XP Pen, but I was like watching a lot of reviews, and I kind of got scared that the drivers won't be really good, or that I don't know, the colors will be bad. And it's like you still pay a lot for graphic monitor. So I went with Wacom because it was easier to buy where I am, and because I knew that with that for sure I would I would get good device. But like still you're like it is if you're sketching it's much easier to draw in Procreate, and I think it's like kind of faster, to be fair. But for the big works like I lately did a big Hadestown work with most characters from New York Theatre Workshop, and this work it would be just simply impossible in Procreate because a lot of characters, and would like to have a good resolution. So like if I did it in the resolution I needed, uh, like it would it would let me make like few layers, and it would be really hard to make so many characters in such small amount of layers. So obviously for these purposes you need to like Clip Studio, which is a great program, and like just a tablet, like regular one. Yeah, Intel's Pro that I had, it also had no screen. It was like A4 like size, but it also like had a big area around the working area. And I understand why it was done, like so your hand would lie comfortably and had some space to move on. But it's like it's the tablet that you're constantly keeping on your table. Like there is no other option. It isn't a mobile tablet and stuff like that. Yeah, I think for me the biggest issue is the layers. Even though I'm not using that much layers, but uh, like you can see here how many layers do I use, and most of this are useless. It's line art. It's I don't know what it is. Um, like I have um the layer just to keep the basic colors like attached. It's basic colors, and it's yeah, it's kind of the blush is like and is the tattoo, and this is the multiply level layer with with the shadows. And this is the lion art. Like it's not so many layers, but you still kind of need them unless you're drawing one layer. I think like uh, iPad with Procreate is really comfortable for drawing. Like, but sometimes I'm getting annoyed because my Apple Pencil like has no charging. Like, I just get salty. I just wanna sit and draw stuff, and I understand that I didn't charge my Apple Pencil, so no drawing for me today. Like, I need to wait until it's charged. Like the charge, like you can have a lot of time with one charging, but sometimes you just forget and you can't draw, which isn't cool. Like you want to have um a pen that just works, that you don't need to charge. Actually, like Samsung's I think it was one of the Galaxy Notes that most people compare um to iPad with Procreate. Um, it has like the pen that you don't need to charge. I think like if you have a different like a better like version of iPad, like iPad Air, a more expensive one, and iPad um, iPad Pro, you can have like the charging. You just put it on the tablet, and the stylus is charging, which is cool. But mine is like it's the first generation Apple Pencil, so uh, you need to actually manually charge it. So, but it was less expensive, and I think it works well for what it is. Actually, like I understand the charger. Actually, like I don't have this problem because the first thing I did was to buy a case. Maybe I could take a picture. Like it was pretty cheap case that I think I bought on AliExpress. Like instead of like Apple Smart Cover because it costs like millions. I bought the same thing, uh, but much cheaper from China, and it works great. And it just has like this like hole in the case for the pencil and for that little thing, so you can just like when you're not charging you just can put it and it just doesn't go away anywhere. So it kind of worked well for me. Yeah, I was also kind of testing for iPad Air or iPad Pro, but I it costs so much. Uh, like I had a pretty good deal for my iPad. Uh, and I kind of don't see the reason to spend like so much for an iPad. Like I only use iPad for drawing. Like there is nothing else I use. Maybe sometimes like for Discord or something, or for watching YouTube. So I kind of don't see the need to invest that much in it. But also, like with iPad, you have to buy a more expensive version because you can't make the storage bigger because you just buy the amount of gigabytes that goes with it. Yeah, yeah, I agree. Like, I still don't understand like the perks of iPad as a device. Like, it's cool as an educational device, like to watch YouTube or to draw. It's great portable device for drawing. But like for anything else, it's like it's so much comfortable to just use the phone. Like so much better. It's better experience because like most apps they are not really well adapted for the iPad, and it's like it's been for years. Like you can't comfortably go and scroll Instagram because it just doesn't work in this version. Like it's like you just scroll it in like a small tiny screen for the phone, which makes no sense for me. Like why would you do that? And like many other apps, like I don't know, also doesn't have a decent version. It's infuriating. Like you're getting a device, but like I mean, what can you do? You can take notes on it. You can read comfortably in it. Like okay, and you can draw in it. Like, but for the most part, like I'm using my iPad for drawing and for watching videos. Like nothing else. So like for me, it's not that you know. For me, it's not a good idea to invest that much into a cooler version of iPad. Like from the one hand, I would like it because like the thing looks cool and has like cool features like 3D modeling like and stuff. Um, and I don't know, better camera and uh, and better parameters. Like, but I feel like it isn't really what you need from it. I think if you get like a regular iPad for a good deal, like it's worth it. Or like in general, nah. I mean, these are cool features. Like, these are pretty cool. And like for me, when I was choosing, a big factor was that I thought you could only charge the Apple Pencil from like you need to put it in the back of your iPad, and I thought that it was like a freaky way to charge it. But since it gets with that little thingy that you can charge with, it isn't a huge deal. So, like, a more comfortable way of charging was the reason I was like, maybe I should spend more money and get like iPad Air or something. Um, but then I was like, it's a huge amount of money for like these little things. Like, it absolutely not worth it. But I mean, maybe they treat iPad as a status thing. But I think if you want a status thing, you better buy an iPhone. Well, there are people who work on iPad, as far as I understood. Like they use it instead of laptop. But apparently, it's like it also isn't like probably the bestest idea. Some people do video editing, as far as I know, on iPad, but I don't know if it works that well. Like I would rather do it on a computer. I think it would be kind of more comfortable. Like in Procreate, I have the options for the animation, but all the time that's every time I want to go for an animatic or something like that, I just go. Uh, I just go to the Clip Studio to animate because it's more comfortable. But I actually what I like in Procreate is the pencil brushes. I'm a sucker for good pencil brushes, and uh, like I really like the texture, and also some painting brushes like Spectra. Um, they're kind of cool, and sometimes I kind of miss them in Clip Studio. But like, I mean, if you have the money to buy a new iPad every year, wouldn't you buy it? Like, I just think there are better things to buy for that price, and it's also like I don't know, like it's a nice additional device, but like Yeah, if you're extremely wealthy, you can just, buy iPads. Like, I'm still having a hard time to understand buying a new iPhone every year, but like everyone has those things. I just like maybe I'm just like a pirate in my heart because I like what I didn't like about iPad is like it's hard to pirate some kind of app or stuff, and like you get almost any app from the app store, and it's like, you can use it for 10 days, and then you have to pay monthly, which is messed up. I hate monthly subscriptions. Like in Android, it's like less common, I think. I know. Like, actually, I have some good texture brushes for. Wait, where are they? For Clip Studio that my friend shared with me. Like this two. Wait, let me show you. Um, they're pretty cool. Like canvas. Like I usually like edit for texture, but my god, like when you add them, your drawing becomes so heavy. Yes, 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 yes. The same about Clip Studio. It's so enraging to me. It's not even good on iPad. It's not even good on iPad. Like, I, I kind of when I moved without a tablet, and I needed to finish my animatic, and the animatic was in Clip Studio, and I was like, damn, I can't do it on a laptop. I guess I'll have to get a trio for Clip Studio and try to draw it there. It was impossible. Maybe I'm really bad at setting the brushes, but it was an absolutely different feeling. It was so uncomfortable. Um, and like, yeah, I paid for your license. I paid for your license already. Like, let me use the app. Uh, like I have full Clip Studio license on PC that I bought at some point. But like monthly subscription, my dude, do you think I have money for monthly subscription? Like I don't know when you add this texture brush, I don't know, your drawing just becomes so much cooler. Uh, like so much more detailed, so much more effort put in it. I don't know. I feel like texture brushes they just okay. It's not the best texture brush for it for that purpose. It just adds kind of as a texture, even if you just like added it like this. Um, You said it's something like that, and it's like, wow, so detailed, so like, so much texture, really wow. Um, I see now it has texture. Actually, it doesn't look that bad. Um, I think I could keep it, but honestly, I just God, I've been drawing for so long. It's like almost 4 hours. But again, I draw less fast when I'm talking. No, I don't know what I'm doing. Um, I have no idea what I'm doing. Um, I think I'm almost ready. Like, I think, uh, I think I'm gonna color line art. Thanks. Um, well then it'll be ready. Actually, coloring the line art is such a life hack in a way. Like, I don't know, it should be looking much better after I color it. Yeah, it's covered knowledge. I don't know, it just makes like also for the drawings that like are not heavily lines. I don't know, it just makes it pop. Like even in comparison, like I gonna color it, um, and then like the black liner wouldn't look as good. I think it's like uh, it makes even pretty rough drawings look much better. Yeah, like sometimes black liner is the best. I just sometimes like adding colored liner kind of saves the look. It makes the drawing look better. But sometimes like the black liners it just looks just how it should look. But for the most part, I usually leave the black liners just in turn like in case I would like the black one better. But for the most part, it turns out that the colored liner looks better, so I just leave it. But like the difference is kind of subtle. I mean, sometimes it just kind of saves your work, makes it look so much better. But sometimes, like, the difference is really not that big. Because sometimes you're like, oh no, I posted the pic and I forgot to line it, and people were like, what is the difference? But there is a difference. And oh yeah, I think the last thing remained. Let's do Hades some scores. Scores. That's really, it's a huge difference actually. Like, if you can see it, it's in the ambiance, and I think it looks pretty good. Oh, I think we're finished, and it's 4 hours. Oh my god! I'm like, it's a lot of time. Um, but like for the most part, if you're doing stream, you know you won't be as fast as you usually do. My problem is that when I'm talking, I'm just using my hands, so I'm like actively. Uh, it's hard to use your hands and both like draw. Oh, So I think we're gonna finish it somewhere there. Just like I will save it and then I'll try to post it in more reasonable time. Um, wait, which one? This one. Thanks for staying. Like it's been a long time since the beginning of the stream. Oh, get well soon. I will drop the link to Hadestown if you want it. Uh, so okay, I think it's done. See you next time. Thanks for keeping me company. Get well soon. See you sometime later.